What is going on to everybody joining the live? How's it going, everybody? We're going to be having the Artemis 2 launch real soon. Of course, we are currently sat on ground, just waiting for a good opportunity for us to go. Now, of course, I could go right now, but where's the fun in that? Am I right? Where is the fun in that? Let me move my parachutes. They need to go all the way to the top here. Yeah. There we go. I hope everybody is having a great day. We will be launching soon. Soon enough, don't you worry about that. I am just letting the views pile up here for a minute, just whilst I sit here and talk. How's everyone doing? I hope everybody is having a great day. Thank you, Farron, for subscribing. I appreciate it. I just noticed that popped up. I'm sorry I'm a little late to responding to the pop-ups. Honestly, this whole stream is kinda just a little bit delayed because I'm streaming through Streamlabs. But it is a-okay. Most streams are delayed by just a little bit anyway. It's called latency. Right, we're gonna launch now in just a moment here. So I hope everybody is prepared, as we are T-minus 30 seconds away. We are now at T-minus 20 seconds. We are at T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's up, Caspatron? How's it going? Yo, what's up, Ducker Bus, aka Sleepy? We've got the whole squad in here right now. We are doing the Artemis 2 mission. Just for anyone who was late to my briefing. And we are gonna detach from the first set of boosters in a minute and make our way to the moon. Saving for a Switch 2 right now, is that a W? Yeah, that's a W. I had a Switch 1 when they first came out. Well, I say Switch 1, the original Switch. And honestly, I had some good times on that thing. I played a lot of Pokemon. Pokemon was my thing as a kid. Oh, okay. Now it is time to detach the boosters. They'll just spin off out there. Yeah, what games do you have a plan for getting on your Switch? Animal Crossing is, of course, a huge W. My stuff's a little bit off because I just done the Apollo 11 mission just off stream, off camera, because that is my next plan, is that we are going to go land on the moon just like they did in the 1960s. For now though, let's get this little orbit around Earth, just like that. And now we do a little burn here. This will hopefully get us into orbit. What's up, Darrell Owens? Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda messed up the flight pattern, so we're just gonna go back to the pad real quick. We're just gonna hit that pad again. And then when we load in, we'll just instantly launch. I'm not waiting around. I kind of messed up our launch. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Got plans of getting Mario Kart World and a new game as for Pokemon, which is like Animal Crossing, but I also have like 200 hours on Animal Crossing on the first Switch, so yeah. I mean, fair enough. Anyways, we'll just quickly, I gotta move this all the way up here. And we are ready for launch. Yeah, to be fair. Porsches wanted to be acknowledged. Said hi about 10 times. Alright, I need to keep an eye on this orbit this time because that's what happened last time. I wasn't keeping an eye. I let it get way too high, way too quick. This time we should be all good. I'm not saying nothing about it, Darrell. Don't worry about it. Ain't nobody really care. Currently leaving at about 10 Gs. Oof. I don't even know what that says. It's about 10 Gs. Ooh, we just lost a load of Gs. Alright, we'll stop here. We will let our rocket carry on up. We'll also set it to Pro Gate because that's what we need right now. Alright, here we go. This will be hopefully our final burn with this orange booster now. This will set us into a orbit with Earth. I know, some nerdy stuff. I've been doing a lot of nerdy stuff of late. I've been doing telescopes and stuff. And now I'm over here. Launching rockets like I'm Elon Musk. Speaking of which, I have actually got myself a Starship. Just because it was pretty epic to make. Like, I don't know, it's mainly just a bunch of fairings if you have any idea what I'm on about. But yeah, you have to make like the inside of the rocket from like the outside in. We'll pull that out maybe after this mission. Okay, there is our orbit with Earth. So we will quickly spin us round to the light side and we'll do a quick separation. There we go. Almost do competitive Fortnite and earn money in 2 months. Nice. Honestly, I still haven't really tried for anything like that. Boost ourselves away from the main booster there. And now we are going to get ourselves into a elongated orbit. We want to do that around about here. Yep, that's good. We're doing this real time. I'm doing this in a game. And I am speeding up the time. Because there's no way I'm sitting around 23 minutes. But we'll speed things up. Just to keep things going. What's up, silly sandwiches? And it is coming up our burn time, so we will quickly maneuver over. And we will do our burn for an elongated orbit. Gonna go, good luck on the stream. You should put on Discord, share the link, description of the stream, it might help boost it. Yeah, I might start doing that soon. Anyways, I'll catch you later, man. You enjoy the rest of your night. And we're gonna continue heading off to the moon. So we're doing an elongated orbit now around Earth, which in turn is going to give us enough speed to do only a gentle boost back out to the moon. Like right now, if we wanted to burn to the moon, we'd probably be burning for about 4 minutes, which this rocket could theoretically do because I have full tanks. But we want to keep it to how we're doing it in real life. As you can see, even this time round in the last stream I done, I didn't have the moon in the perfect position in the sky, but this time it is. See, I planned ahead. I was ready for this stream. There we go. And now we are in our elongated orbit. So from here, we can delete that real quick. And we'll add a maneuver pretty much right there. Now hopefully with just a little bit of playing around with the orbit here. There we go, we get our moon. Bear with me whilst I just configure this real quick. So we get, of course, the most accurate passing of the moon. Just like Artemis 2 is currently on. And I think we're going to have to just prolapse time a little bit. Prolapse, I don't know. I'm probably using the wrong words. I know that is the wrong word. Right. Yeah, we need to be more around about here for this. Then we need to do a little bit of that, and let me go back to maneuver. A little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, and a little bit of this. Right. I will get it, bear with me. Right, you know what, we're going to just reset this module real quick because I have modified it beyond great belief. And we are also going to time warp a little bit more here because I want to place it around about here instead. This might be a better fling out for us. Why is it doing that? Come on. Yep, this is a better fling out for us. This is the free return we were looking for. Which of course is going to send us ultimately in that S shape that Artemis is flying. But we need to come back down with that a little bit. And how close is that going to bring us to the moon? Too close. Alright. Alright, so this is the exact trajectory that Artemis will take. Things look a little bit confusing at the minute because this is all 3D mapping compared to the Artemis plan out. But if we flip it this way, as you can see there, is our figure 8. Now we just need to bring that in so we get a nice shallow landing on Earth. That should be good. So yeah, there is the figure 8. Let me zoom out. Here is the figure 8 that we're going to do. This is the same figure 8 that Artemis is pulling off. And Artemis is currently, the Orion ship is currently around about here. So without further ado, let's fast forward our time by a whole hour and 2 hours nearly. This is our last close flyby with Earth. Ooh, voice crack. And okay, we are now going to angle ourselves for trajectory. And we are going to complete our final burn before hitting the moon. T minus 30 seconds. 36. I hope everyone's having a good day and enjoying the stream. Of course, I am enjoying myself right now. Who doesn't love flying a good rocket ship? Whether that be in Kerbal Space Program or in real life. I'm sure these astronauts would agree with me. But yeah, now T minus 12 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and burn. Alright, now this is going to send us on our trajectory to the moon, and on our free return back. This should have detached ages ago. So what we'll do is we'll detach that after we're done burning. And then we'll detach the rest of our ship. In fact, I can do it all in one big hit. And hope things don't go wrong. Now it's time to slow our burn down, as we officially have our free return back to the moon. We can continue it just a little bit longer. There you go. Okay, so yeah, there is the Artemis figure 8 pattern that we're going to take back. As you can see, in more of a 3D perspective, it doesn't really take that figure 8 figure so much. But anyways, we will wait before we're back in the sun, and then we will detach what we need to detach. Of course, before we run out of battery. So we will also attach this to this stage as well as this. So we can in turn do that. And now this. Now this is a spacecraft we are all familiar with. I say familiar, this is what is currently up there right now. Floating around. And this is also what is going to bring them back home. So without further ado, let's just pass some time, shall we? Here we are, slowly drifting away from Earth. Very slowly but surely, making our way away from Earth. But of course this is a free return, so without using any propulsion, we should be able to literally get all the way back. Which, in my opinion, is pretty epic. It's not our first free return mission. We've done the same thing with Apollo 8, and we are following near enough the exact same thing that Apollo 8 done. Except the Apollo 8 mission did not do the elongated orbit phase. They just went straight from a straight normal orbit to going to the moon. And I do believe they might have orbited around the moon once and then come back. The Apollo 10 mission was extremely interesting. As you can see now, Earth is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. This is the Orion spacecraft. In case you didn't know, for anyone that's just joining. I have got parachutes on mine. I'm not sure if they will be using parachutes in real life though. Alright, as you can see, we are just coming up on the moon now. No, you can't see. Sorry. Yeah, we're coming up just on the moon now. We've still got a little bit to go. That's still quite far away from us. But we can always just speed up the time just a little bit faster, and all of a sudden, whoa. Look how close the moon is. Let's just make sure, yeah, our trajectory is all good. And this is what we are expecting to see really from the Orion spacecraft. Let me just see if I can find the moon through a window for you. There it is. So this is the kind of view they'd be getting out of this spacecraft right now. Let's switch it over to this guy. Oh. There we go. Yeah, and this is now where they will be beginning their lunar transit. Of course, they're already well past this stage. This was all exciting stuff yesterday. But it's still just as exciting today, if you ask me. Because we've been back to the moon. We've actually been back. Need to make a small minor adjustment here. There we go. Thank you for the 2 likes, by the way. Make sure you guys are tapping your screen and liking the stream, as it really helps me out. It pushes me out there on the For You page, and people that might be interested in seeing this might actually get to see it. Because as of right now, I'm a very, 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 very small YouTuber, and I'm just trying to make my way here on the platform. So yeah, even just one double tap on that screen can really change the world for me. Anyways, moving back on into faster speeds. As yes, this is really how slow the Orion spacecraft would have been. Well, it would have felt like it was moving through space, but in reality they were moving so fast that there's not many things that are down on land that will match it. We will be getting our Earth eclipse coming up soon. We'll speed up just a little bit more, shall we? Because, yeah. It gets more interesting the more it goes on. Alright, let's get back into our spacecraft here a minute. Rotate round. This definitely would have been one of the more interesting sights that they've seen on the Apollo spacecraft. Not the Apollo, the Orion. So yeah, make sure you guys tap your screen for this one. If you're going to tap your screen at any point, make sure it's right now so people get to see the Earth eclipse behind the moon. This is of course one of the many spectacular sights they would have seen on the Orion spacecraft. And yeah, we now get to witness it in the Kerbal Space Program. I'm just gonna sit back and be quiet for a minute and let you guys just enjoy the view, whilst I also enjoy the view. We are just coming into our eclipse in Kerbal Space Program now from the moon covering Earth, and to everyone joining right now, what a pleasure it is to have you here and welcome. I'm just going to keep quiet whilst you enjoy the view, because here we go. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the moon eclipsing behind, the sun eclipsing behind the moon. No, the earth eclipsing behind the moon. There we go. We got there in the end. Always a pretty spectacular sight. And yeah, now we have our lunar eclipse, I do believe, to look forward to. So yeah, let's just fast forward time. Let's forget about watching Earth come back out. Because of course we are on the dark side of the moon, as they call it. There it is. Our wonderful planet. Coming back into view, just like that. This game never fails to take my breath away, that's for sure. Even with these crappy console graphics. Anyways, now it is time for us to angle ourselves to watch the sun eclipse behind the moon. As I do believe we will get to see that. Oh, never mind. I guess we won't get to see that, that's fine. Our open return was a little too open. What can I say? Anyways, now it is time for us, of course, to make our way back to the giant rock that we call home. We are coming from the moon now, just departing. And we are heading all the way back. We'll speed things up just for this part, just because we are going to be falling at quite a spell, and we actually went all the way up and then back down. We'll keep falling at quite a speed here, and slow it down there. Yep, that's good, that's good. No, it's not good when you're going that fast, though, really, is it? What also isn't good, but we're probably going to land in the Arctic, but it's okay. This now will be the final stage, so let's turn on all our boosters here. Let us go into this mode real quick. There we go. Now we will burn everything we need to burn. This is what they will probably look like, and then they'll run out eventually just like that and be left to their burners. We should have really slowed down a lot sooner than this, but it's fine. Because Artemis 2 is going to be the fastest man is going to re-enter with Earth. Alright, we're going to have to ditch this thing now. Like, immediately. I'm going to make us manually do it. This might be an issue. This is gonna be an issue. See, at this point, usually they would have detached from this by now. There you go. It's gone. We'll now deploy our chutes. Oh. That was the last of the rocket coming down and exploding. And yeah, this is now officially mission Artemis 2 successful. And just like that, we will now make our way down to the ground. Unfortunately, this is not splashdown. But it was pretty darn close to being one. I say that, the nearest patch of water is, we're quite literally in the middle of it. We landed right in the middle of the Arctic. Oh. And a bit of a crash landing, shouldn't have had it on the X2 speeds. It's okay, our astronauts did survive. Let's prove it. Yep, you've seen the astronaut there. Now we're going to recover the vessel, take it back to the station. And I say we can run it back. Because... just because. Alright, we do need to go quickly over here as we have a few things we need to recover. Mainly because we need our astronauts back. This ain't our first Orion launch. Yeah, we still got 2 astronauts left back here, so we'll just recover this vessel right here. Yep, there we go, we got our Bob Kerman back. But we still need to get Jebediah. Now I'm hoping Jebediah isn't on the moon. Alright, we got our my test run from the Apollo 1 mission. Apollo 1, Apollo 11. Yeah, this is our Apollo 11 mission. We need to recover this. I have actually fully reconstructed the Saturn V rocket. Literally to a T. So we've just got one more to recover now. And we've recovered all our rocket ships. Besides our moon lander, which is stuck in the moon orbit. But that's fine. Because you know what, I've just decided that we are going to go rendezvous with it. And we are going to either A, crash it into the surface of the moon, or B, we're going to crash it into the surface of the moon, just to make justice happen. So now to do this, we are going to have to go modify the Orion craft. As unfortunately our starship as it stands will not make it. So, oh, no, we don't want to return to Space Center. This game, honestly. Let me see, open spacecraft. Oh, it's already pre-saved for us. Right, all this is epic, but we are going to have to delete this fairing. Bruh. Oh right, oh right. Wrong fairing. That's right. Is it the wrong fairing? I can't tell. I can't tell. I actually can't. No, this is a fairing. There we go. Alright. Time to modify the craft. Right, this needs to come up. We will replace those on there now. They'll just have to go there. Now we need ourselves. Not one of those. We need a docking port. Oh hell no. Alright. Now we are ready to complete our next mission, which we are now calling Artemis 3. That's right, we're doing Artemis 3 before NASA even do it, so... be prepared, I guess. How does Artemis build again? Alright, nice. Now we need... I can't remember what Artemis looked like. God damn it. No, that's not Artemis. I'm gonna have to open this. I'm just gonna have to go back and try again. Honestly. Come on. Let's see it. Alright, well... for a start, we'll stop being so laggy. We'll move this up. We'll move this over here, and we'll just do it the other way, because it makes life easier. Like, by a ton. Oh man. It would really help if this wasn't in my way. There you go. We didn't really want to close it there, not gonna lie. Let's edit fairing. Now we'll just change this to a 3. Alright. Now if I'm right, Artemis 3 should be ready to launch. Let me see if I've messed up on the design, because I feel like I have, by quite a bit. I need it more pointed to a cone. That's what it is. Now for this mission, we are going to go straight into an elongated. Can I have a mouse? Thank you. Now let's just delete this, try again. Oh, we'll go up. Don't really want to add the description. Alright, there we go. It's still friggin' huge. Okay. We'll retry. We'll retry. Still huge. Still huge. We literally just need it out by a tiny bit, if that. Right, we can't close a fair in there. Sorry, I'm really locked in on this. Alright, it's not the cleanest. But here is Artemis 3. So without further ado, let's save our craft. And I'll let you guys decide right now. Do you guys want to see Artemis 3? Or do you want to see the Apollo 11? Honestly, I don't mind either way. So just let me know now. At any point now. I understand there's a bit of delay. Let me switch over to the Apollo 11 ship real quick. Here we go. I'll open the craft and then I'll go all the way down to Saturn 5. It's just opening now. We want Apollo 11. I can do Apollo 11. Here is my Apollo 11 rocket. As you can see, it is huge. This thing takes up the entire... the entire... There you go. If we start off higher, that means we get closer to space easier. So, without further ado, let's give it a launch. Inside of this rocket ship is the absolute craziest lander I've ever made in my life. I say made, it's the lander in the game. And yeah, this is the craziest rocket I have ever built. It is huge. As you can see, it is absolutely massive. And it is also primed, ready for launch. So without further ado, burners on, and lift off. Now precisely 18 seconds in, the Apollo crew began their incline to the east to orbit. So exactly the same, we are now 18 seconds in and we are going to begin our incline to the east in order to orbit. As you can see, we are dealing with an absolutely huge rocket right now, which, believe it or not, is only meant to take us to the moon. Which we are well on our merry way right now. So this rocket is very much I say one to one, it's as one to one as it can be with the Saturn V rocket, the exact same rocket that they flew to the moon, all the way in Apollo 11, which is, of course, the iconic moon landing. It's the most spoke about, everyone knows about it. Everyone knows about Apollo 11. From every corner of the world, everybody knows about Apollo 11 and what happened. Or what might not have happened, depending who you spoke to. Anyways, here we are now. We are just about to leave the atmosphere. There we go, the final boosters are off. Now we will separate and boost away from them. Once we reach upper atmosphere, it will then, of course, become a lot faster. A lot more dynamic to the space environment. And of course, this is stage 2 of, I do believe, 6. We'll just cut our engines here for a minute. Fast forward time by just a little bit. Just a little bit more. And we will burn. Burn, baby, burn. This will be ultimately what puts us into orbit with Earth. As we will stop right here. As we now have to reach a whopping speed of 2,000 meters a second. Which might not sound like a lot, but it is a lot. Here we go, we're just popping into orbit now, so we will quickly shut off our engines real quick. And we will pop ourselves round to our higher point in orbit. Just to let off the final boost in our rocket. Which will then put us in a great orbit with Earth. And there we go. That is us officially in orbit. We're a little low on that side. There we go. So yeah, that is now the Saturn V rocket ship, now in orbit. We're now doing Apollo 11 for everyone that's just joining. Of course, at that point, the launch escape system is launched away. Because we don't need it. As we detach from the second booster, which got us here in the first place. Still just a little bit of fuel left in that. And now we can begin going to the moon. Now, Apollo 11 took a direct route to the moon. So we are also going to take a direct route. We will slap ourselves just there. Then we'll move this around. Till we get precisely what we need. Right now this is a free return. Of course, we are not looking to return immediately, we are looking to land. So we need to get ourselves as close to the moon as possible. Let's see. Let's try moving this node just a little bit. Oh, it's gonna suck for us. Let's see, we need to get just a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer. Alright, that will be a good burn. Right. So we are now gonna position ourselves for our burn, of course. And fast forward time a little bit, because our burn is not for another 16 minutes. Slow ourselves down a little bit there. Honestly, just panicked a little bit, to be honest. There we go. And now, with this burn, is going to send us straight to the moon. We'll see the moon pop out around the thing in just a second. But yeah, once we get on this trajectory, we are not going to worry about anything until it then comes to actually getting to the moon. And then we will have to make some small minor adjustments just to put ourselves into orbit. And then we are going to have to attach a lander to the shuttle. Which is, of course, a lot easier said than done. But certainly a lot easier than trying to rendezvous with it once you've already landed on the moon. Still got another whole 2 minutes worth of burn left. It's okay though, we will have plenty of fuel. And just for the record, this is matching the exact flight plan that Apollo took. My apologies. Oops, we gotta get our cam back. Which one is it? This one. My apologies. Very quick view of my hands. My god awful messy setup. Now this burn will have to be precise, as we are going to be coming extremely close with the moon. Alright, it wasn't as great as what I wanted it to be, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Just wasn't as great as I wanted it to be, but it's okay. Because now we have to spend a good old time orbiting all the way to the moon, before we can then move on to our final stage, which will be, of course, getting into orbit with the moon, and then actually landing on the moon, and then getting back into orbit with the moon, rendezvousing with the ship, and then, of course, bring us back home for a splash landing down in California. What is going on, Cheddarus? Jesus. Is the mod menu still working on Black Ops 2? Yeah, it's still working. We got at least one person per stream coming asking that. Anyways. Let's quickly prolapse time. Ever so slightly. And now let us get ourselves, of course, into orbit with our moon. Now, as you can see, I've taken a different orbit to what's already orbiting around there. There is an equilateral orbit. Now I'm going to go for a non-equilateral one. You still can't figure it out. Man, it's just about watching the videos. I'll make another video about it soon. Like, I'm sure the guys moved now, whoever has the video for the mod menu, but yeah, I'll post another video about it soon. Alright, we are nearly in orbit with the moon. I'm just gonna have to check some things real quick. Just bear with me. Alright, we are 16,000 meters. Let's bring that down. That's too far. No, that was too far. Now we have to go all the way back just to flip it back around. Get ourselves into a more comfortable 12,000 orbit. 12,000 meter. We'll make it 15. 16. That's comfortable. And then once we get to the moon, of course, we are going to need to do one more maneuver, which is going to ultimately put us into orbit. I don't know why it's all of a sudden decided, you know what, let's be the laggiest game that you could possibly play on an Xbox. Alright, sorry, I was just making some minor adjustments there. And now we are going to maneuver, because in another 33 minutes I am going to have to burn. Why is the stream in portrait? Because this is a stream for the shorts people. People scrolling on the shorts for you page. I mean, it's not necessarily for those people, but I just find I get more views when I do it that way. I get basically no views at all if I do a normal stream, which sucks. But, you know, there's not much we can do. Right, that's why. Let's slow things down. Bring the maneuver back to there. No. Right, forget this maneuver. We'll do another one here. Alright. We'll bring that down just a little bit, 13,000. There we go, that's the maneuver. That is how we are gonna do it. The next 2 minutes. Speed it up just a little bit here. Alright, now we have our orbit burn going. They would have made this burn on the actual Apollo mission as well, of course. And once we slow down to around 500 meters a second, we will be in orbit. And there we go, just like that. Apollo 11 orbited the moon. But oh no, something's just gone horribly wrong. That's okay. We'll remove this maneuver. Add a maneuver around about here. Bring that back in. Right, this maneuver we'll just have to do for a minute. As we have a slight issue. So we got another burn coming up in 3 minutes. For only 17 seconds. We'll fast forward time. Now our burn is in only 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, and burn. Hopefully that will correct my error. Yeah, that's my error corrected. Great. So now we need to add a maneuver around about here. And bring us in to a nice tight orbit. Right. I don't know why I went really squeaky for that. There we go. That is now going to put us in a nice and perfect orbit to, of course, land on the moon. So one more time. We will make one more final small correction. And then comes the fun part of landing on the moon. Three, 2, 1, and it is time to slow down. Alright. This will be our final burn now, lasting only 1 second. Although I'll probably drag it out for about 4 or 5. Because I'm not gonna go full burn. We're literally gonna just barely touch the throttle. And there we go. That puts us at our nice orbit of 13,000 meters. Meaning that now we can find our way back to the sunlight real quick, just because what we're about to do is going to require some light. There we go. Now, are you guys ready for the big reveal? I'm just going to have to quickly decouple the node. That's just going to land on the moon. Eventually. Might be able to watch it hit. Yeah, we're gonna watch it hit. It's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. It's gonna hit. It's gonna hit around about now. Saturn 5 debris. We're just waiting for this to hit. Because it's what everyone wants to see. Go on, it's nearly there. Oh, there. Oh, we didn't get to see the explosion. Oh, come on. It hit though. It literally hit right. Oh, where's my mouse? There it is. Right here it hit. Oh well. Anyways. On to the actual fun part. Which we're gonna do one more loop around the moon before we get to, because we need the light, and as it stands, yeah, we ain't got the light. We ain't got the light. We're still in the light right now, but we're gonna be going into the dark. Yep, there we go. And now we're gonna be in darkness for a little bit, because the moon is absolutely huge. But the second we're back into the light, we will begin our little rendezvous. There we go. I'm actually just gonna save here. Just gonna do S1. Because this is stage 1 of the moon landing. Now we can detach all of this. Put ourselves to the right orientation. Turn off this for a second, but we will go into docking mode. Then we will decouple ourselves from said node. Activate these. Boost off just a little bit. And now incoming one of the most iconic parts of the Apollo mission. Oh no, we turned stability on. Off, even. Yeah, this is now one of the most iconic parts of the mission. This would take many years of training in astronaut camp to complete, but here I am. Now we will need to do a slight rotation. Switch ourselves back over modes. Push ourselves back a bit. Then finally, a little bit wobbly, but there we go, we are now docked. So now we will switch ourselves around. Just like so. And now we will transfer Bob and Jebediah over to our lander. Over to our lander. God damn, losing my voice. And now that is done, we are gonna save our game quickly, call it S2 this time. As we are now officially in the landing phase. Now let me just zoom out real quick, see what part of the moon we're at. Okay, we're gonna land in one of the nice, well-lit areas. Which is always good to know. So what we are gonna do is control from here, undock. Now we are officially on our way to landing on the moon. So we let ourselves drift just a little bit further out. Turn on this. We now want to retrograde ourselves. And of course, deorbit. Slow ourselves down to just under 200 there. Now we will just elapse time whilst we head towards our moon's surface. Great, by the looks of it, we are going to be landing in a crater, which looks to be relatively flat on the inside. So it's around about here now. We should really look at extending our legs. Yeah. Right, so I guess we're not landing in that crater anymore. But that is completely fine. We don't need to land in that crater. Thank you for the 6 likes, by the way. I greatly appreciate it. Helps me get out there on the For You page, and it helps people that might not have seen the stream actually get to see the stream. So, yeah, that's cool. We are approaching the moon's surface now, though. Just gonna burn. Do a nice gentle burn. As we are currently falling at just under 100 miles an hour. here we are making our official descent. What? A little bit too much there at the end. Well, on again. It's okay. It's okay. There we have it, folks. Touchdown on lunar surface. At this point now, Neil Armstrong and the other one, Buzz Aldrin, he'll be hopping off. Just like that. Be taking a little walk and wobble around. Might even send a quick jump if he figures out how to jump. Alright, what he will do is he'll turn on his jetpack, because that's what all astronauts have. And they'll have a little fly around. They might even go as high as they possibly can, just to prove a point. This is where man has made it before. Here we go. This is the moon. We'll now, unfortunately, make our way back to the surface and back down to our rocket, which is all the way down there. As we've left poor old Jebediah on his own. Slow down our fall here, because us as a human alien thing will not survive the fall of over 100 miles an hour to the ground. Well, there we go. That was the moon landing. Let's slap a flag in the floor, shall we? And what we'll put on this flag, we'll put Apollo 11 stream! Exclamation mark. Oh. Well, that didn't go on there, so it's fine. But yeah, here's our flag. We made it all the way to the moon. Earth is unfortunately not in sight. I mean, we could stick around here till Earth does come in sight. But where's the fun in that? Anyways, I think it is time for us to hop back on our ship now. And, of course, make our way back home. Turn our little jetpack on. And we will face plant in and destroy our shell in the meantime. Great. Are we just bored? No, we're gonna make us grab. Oh. Oh, buddy. Come on. We got this. Yay, we got this. Here we go. Alright, now we are going to set this thruster limit to 0. Set our thrusters to max. Yep, that's just how it went. Just like that. Alright, this lag is getting painful. And not orbiting. 10 and 20 something. Okay. 32 and 13. That works out. That works out fine for us. So let's get this up in the air and going. Well, it's already up in the air. But let's get this thing going, shall we? Got another 17 seconds until we can do our burn. But of course, with the power of speeding things up, our burn is ready. How high are we on either point right now? 17,000, 30,000. Right, we've got a little bit of fuel left, so we might be able to maneuver ourselves in just to a better position. Eighteen, 17. .8 second burn in the next 3 minutes. Alright. We are now officially back in orbit with the moon. And now we have to switch back over to our shuttle over here. And then we need to do a thing or two to put ourselves in orbit with it. I might need to restart this point. Yeah, you know what? We'll have a quick look, see how much fuel it would take for us to remaneuver to our target. Have to do a maneuver around about here. We're spinning the wrong way for this one. Let me just restart that real quick. No, we ain't got a burn for it, so what I'll do, all the way back to here. Here we go. Back at our landing phase. I know, not ideal, but it's okay. We now control from here and we undock. We then elapse time for just a little bit, just to clear us from the space shuttle. And then we activate that. Set it to retrograde. And start our descent. Alright, now we'll just elapse till we're a little bit closer to the moon. There we go. There we go. We'll extend our legs right here. And we will also cut back on the amount of fuel that we are burning. Actually no, I want us to stop around about here, so we'll let the burner We'll let the burner do its thing. Here we have it, folks. Coming to touchdown in just a second. As you can see, it's certainly not smooth when you're down here as to when you're not. I'm just trying to move us to a flatter part. But I'll hopefully send us into the trajectory into the middle there. Then we will burn the last of our fuel and be on our merry way. I was so wrong about this being a flat part, huh? Let's... let's ease us into it. There you go, that is official touchdown. For the second time. Now of course we send Bob out for an EVA. Hope he doesn't unbalance the ship too much. There we go. And there we have it. One small step for cable kind. One giant leap for Bob Kerman. Bob Kerman, who we're gonna have plant flag. Yay. Now on the flag is gonna be Apollo 11 stream. Well, looks like it didn't matter what we put on the flag anyway. Yeah. This is Apollo 11. We've landed. We're on the moon. I'm guessing this part of the moon would be... no, it's nowhere near the Sea of Tranquility, or where the Sea of Tranquility would be. Sea of Tranquility is... if this was the real moon, it'd be around here somewhere. Which unfortunately, as you can see, our rocket isn't in direction for this, so we would have never got there anyway. But it's fine. So now we have the daunting task of course getting back. So whoa, launch yourself, why not? Oh. Nice. You've fallen over. Well done. Go all camels. Buddy, you could have just grabbed it. Why didn't you grab it? Stop headbutting it. Buddy, you're gonna tip it. You're gonna tip it. Then it's not gonna be fun for anyone. There we go. Now we have to wait for our... we don't have to wait. And keep this here because we're gonna go up and then we're instantly gonna go target. Yes, let it take us up. And then retrograde all the way to target. Miss the moon by mere inches. I need to see how high that is. Perfect. Right, this time round, we've got it good. What's going on to everyone that's just joining and just watching? We are doing the Apollo 11 mission. We are in the takeoff stage from the moon. Of course, Apollo 11 went 10 times smoother than this. But this is Kerbal Space Program, so you can't expect too much. We have another burn coming up in 24 seconds. So stay tuned for that, if nothing else. In another 10 seconds. And we now have a 13-second burn, put us in orbit. Oops, sorry, hitting my mic. And there we go, there is our orbit. There is now nothing more this ship can do. So we are going to turn all of this off. And it will now just glide forever through space. whilst we go back to Saturn 5, switch back to Saturn 5. Okay, and we are in Saturn 5. Sorry, just give me 2 seconds whilst I just put my computer on charge. 'Cause, oof. Alright, now we have to figure out how we can rendezvous with put ourselves into a direct trajectory identical to this fist. We'll have a little move around here. I think we might have to boost ourselves out into just a elongated orbit for now. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that just to allow things to catch up. So we got another 30 minutes until that bit. And then, yeah, we can start looking into getting back into contact with the ship. Just a minute out now from our final burn. Whoop. A little late pressing the pause. Oh, I don't know what engine I'm setting. let's just go to the maneuver and let me activate this engine real quick. Alright, that's good enough. That will do us for now. We'll remove this. Now it's just all about, with Kerbal Space Program, it's all about toying around, because we didn't really time it to do this really now, did we? Right. Let's see the kind of distance between the two. I don't think a maneuver there is going to be good enough. Alright, I don't think that maneuver there is going to be good enough for us, guys. So we are going to do another one down here somewhere. Add maneuver. We'll try here. We need to let it do an orbit first. Let's just let it do that. Because of course it doesn't know what it's doing until it's done an orbit or two. Of course this is to let it catch up. One more lap around. I think we should start looking towards closing our gap again. In fact, actually, we're gonna have to do a few laps around. Because, yeah, look how big those gaps are getting. There will come a point where they become smaller, though. Don't know if you can tell, but the gap is getting smaller. With each orbit we do. Then once that orange node gets close to the other one, I'm hoping this time around it will bring it closer again. If not, then it's all good. We'll put one here maybe. In fact, do you know what I think the issue is? I think that might have been the issue, to be honest with you. Alright. It's time for another burn. Let's just wait for it to get to time. And burn time for a whole 1/6 of a second. That's why I didn't even bother showing that, because we don't care about 6-second burns. 1/6 of a second of burns. Alright, we need to wait for it to come up like behind us just a little bit more. Cool, I'd say around about here. Yeah, we already missed it. It's fine. We'll go again. We'll let it get ahead of us. Then we will add another maneuver here, doing the same thing near enough. Cool, then we simply keep moving it around and around until those orange circles eventually meet. Those orange circles, those orange markers. And we make whatever adjustments we need to make from there. How much is this game? It is £30. I paid for it all the way back in the day when it first came out. Right, is there any way we can make those closer? Yeah. Right. Sorry, bear with me here whilst I just make sure everything goes according to plan. So that's a 7-second burn in another hour. Alright. So it's not even a 7-second burn, it's a 0.7 second burn. Great. Love those kind of burns. Oh no, and we missed our burn. we missed it. Oh, great. Now we have to do that whole process again because we missed the burn. Epic. Now it's time to just keep doing this. Right. Such a sensitive little maneuver. Alright, this time round, we should do it. Right, we slowed down at the 40-minute mark. We'll go into a bit of a faster time warp. Alright, there we go. Stopped at T-minus 30 seconds. And we are burning for less than a second apparently. So, yeah, fun times. There was our burn for less than a second. Now we have to come up here. We'll just start our maneuver here, drag it over to here. Let's see what is going on with it here. What's going on with our orbit? We're a little bit out. Say if I didn't make this maneuver, where would I end up? How close would I end up? Alright. Right, what we'll do actually is we'll just... We'll ride this encounter out. What I'll do is I'll save here under S3. S4 even. I don't know if I've done S3, so we're doing S4. And we will... Friggin' hell. Fast forward time. That was way too fast. Alright, screw this. This means nothing. What is this? T minus 1 minute 30. Okay. We're just not gonna maneuver. We should be able to make that. It's only a 3 kilometer separation. I feel like we can make it better though. I feel like we can. No, we need our focus on you. You know what, I'm gonna save here again. Under S44. And I just wanna try something. Let's see if this works. I don't think it will. Right. Just as we pass over our target, we'll make a quick boost towards them. And yeah, we messed up. It's fine. It's fine. It's a difficult game, honestly. Right, where are we at now? We do not want to be deorbited, of course. So we will flip our rocket round. We now have a burn coming up. In 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and burn. So that was our burn. Alright, I messed up this specific encounter maybe. It's okay, because we can always mess around with our maneuver node now. Right, we're gonna have to make a bunch of adjustments by the seams of things. Yeah, we're pretty off at the minute. So what we're gonna do is find our lowest point here real quick. We'll add a maneuver around about here. Alright, let's just... hold on, we need to delete the other node. There we go. Let's see if we can get our top point to align, shall we? We are gonna have to do it from here. Really have to look at this because this is difficult. What was that, 6,000 meters and 30? How are you hitting 30,000 but the other one's only hitting 6,000? What? I'm confused. Maybe... maybe, just maybe, this mission's gone a bit south. Right, we can bring you down to match height here. Okay. Yeah, this works. That burns not for another 2 minutes though, so we've got a little bit of time to kill. Just a little bit of time. There we go. We're getting there now. Whilst I'm here, I'm going to deploy my solar panels. Then we have a burn coming up. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and boom. Just like how our burn's done. And then we need to do another maneuver there. So we'll get rid of this maneuver. Come over to this right here. Add a maneuver right there. What height is this at? What height is it now? What about now? 15,000. That is great. Now we just have to make that same maneuver again in another 15 or so minutes. 17 minutes. Great. And we are currently scraping so close to the moon's surface that it could actually be a worry that one of these crater walls might be a bit too big. That's not good, is it? It's fine now. It's fine. We're fine. Of course we're fine. Look at us go. Soaring through space. Sun's over there. Earth's over there. Here we are though. Going along the moon. We haven't got much longer now till our burn. We'll slow it on down at the 2-minute mark. Now the thing about this burn is that it's only going to take me 0.2 seconds to complete. Pretty silly, I know. But it's absolutely necessary for me to do. And there we go, we done it. That was our burn. There we go, we'll get rid of that now. Set our targets back on you. Then we'll add another maneuver. Right here. In which we rotate around. Just enough. There we go. Now, just to be on the safe side. Yep, we will move it. Move it like the groove it, groove it. Now that's not for another 9 minutes. Great. Let's... Can you ask a question? What's the longest flight you can do in it? You can go... It's not real to Earth. This is called the Mun rather than the Moon. Earth is called cabling even. But yeah, you can fly all the way to the sun. You can fly out to these other planets. I'm not really sure what they are. They just show up as balls on my screen because I've never been to them before. But yeah, you can go to those. It is a lot of manipulating in space and maneuvering through things, though, I will warn you. I get more views when I put on that voice. Is there something called no time warp? No time warp is, well, basically when X1 time. But you have got time warp options, yeah. That's what I've been using to, of course, accelerate us through all this and, of course, get doing the mission a lot faster. Because if we was doing this in real time, it would have taken us 3 days by now in real time. Right, and that was our final burn. Now we need to detach. And now we can simply add our maneuver to stretch back out to our spaceship and hopefully rendezvous it this time. Distance 2 kilometers, rendezvous speed will be, relative speed will be 12 meters a second, so we're going pretty close. 2.5k separation. Is there anything we can do to change that kind of separation? Where is the 3,000 kilometer separation for that one? I am not seeing it. Right, so these are supposedly right on top of each other. But there's meant to be a 3,000 kilometer division. That's not making much sense. That must mean there's a closer point. How close are they over here? They're 0.6 kilometers here, so 0.5. Gotta move it ever so gently. 0.7. Sorry, I didn't see the comment, I was a bit busy. Is it easy to make your flight plan? No. No, you kind of just go out and you launch and get yourself into orbit. And then you do these maneuver nodes like what you see me doing now. And then you can kind of work out what you're doing from there. Unfortunately, with Kerbal Space Program, a lot of it is just winging it. Right, we'll do there, just because that seems to be the happiest point for us. Now we can't use too much of our fuel, because we do need that fuel to take us back, because of course this is Apollo 11, not Apollo 13. So we'll just speed up our jolly time just a little bit. Is there a cockpit view? Yes, there is. Here you go. Here's the cockpit for this in particular shuttle. Right now I don't have my other pilots with me because they are what we're currently rendezvousing to. But yeah, there's a great cockpit view. And there's multiple different cockpits and they're all detailed and they're all very awesome. Unfortunately, there is no, like, if you get anything else, like a science bay or whatever, you can't really do anything like have an ISS kind of setup. But you can, of course, do all this kind of stuff, which is cool. It's cool enough in itself, if you ask me. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now we slow down time. Because we've got a 0.2 second burn to complete. These burns are getting a bit ridiculous, I'm not gonna lie. Can you do anything in it? I'm not too sure actually, I've never tried. I'll have a look for you in a minute. Right now I just gotta do my 0.2 second burn. Just to assure that I actually can rescue my little Kerblins. There we go, that's that burn. We'll get rid of this now and we'll check this out. Right, that's in another 30 minutes. So this will hopefully be our rendezvous point. Unfortunately, it is in the dark though. We'll get a little bit of light for it, but then unfortunately it will go dark by the time we reach around about here. So yeah, anyway, as for doing things in the cockpit, it does work. All this is active. You can see here it says your speed and it has the ball thing, forgive me. If you wanted to do the Artemis 2 mission and you wanted to do real time, it would only take you about 3 or 4 hours real time to do the Artemis 2 mission. The only reason it's taken me so long to do this one is because I'm not very good at the game. No, seriously though, it's taken me so long to do this one because there's been a lot of maneuvering. And this is a very fine-tuned mission that was performed by NASA with the Apollo missions. I do certainly hope they take an easier approach with landing on the moon with Artemis 3. Because if they take this approach again, the chances of another Apollo 13 are pretty high. Anyways, our target is getting closer and closer by the minute. And now we are going to look into a rendezvous. So we'll turn docking mode on. We will activate our RCS. Drift our way over. Of course, we have to be very reserving with how much of this RCS stuff we use. Try not to let it cross too far that way. We will mark on our target now, so we can actually use the burner as a quick boost towards our target. And unfortunately we are doing this in the dark. Hey, 2028 landing on the moon. Yep, that will be Artemis 3. Certainly looking forward to that myself. Hoping it actually gets the go ahead in 2023. Right, let's forward time just a little bit. Oh no, we've run out of the RCS fuel. After all that, we've run out. I'm pretty sure it recharges in the light though, so bye bye to that. Hopefully it doesn't drift too far whilst we get ourselves back into sunlight. I knew I should have packed an extra tank. No, we're out. Okay, so that leaves plan B. Which is actually taking a lander. Now we're gonna have to be very, very, very reserving on this one. We have to do one boost down that way. And we're gonna have to rely on the pure drift. Slow it back down here. Alright. Worst things comes to very worst, we can always just evac the astronauts themselves and just send them back to the spaceship. Oh yeah, they're both out now. Alright. One small step for man, one giant leap for cable. This is exactly how I done it in Apollo 11, don't worry. I done research. Where is our target? Alright, there it is. Spacewalk our way back, because we're cool. Alright. That is all 3 astronauts now. Back inside of the main cockpit here, as you can see. And ready to make our merry way back to Earth. Right, well that's just shooting out into space, so we don't need that. Right, let's... get our shallow income to Earth for a start. And hopefully now we will be sent back to Earth in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and send us to Earth, please. Alright, alright, alright. It's official. We're making it back. We are making it back. We unfortunately have no way of slowing down though. So we're just going to detach all of that right there. Leave it go off into space. And make our way all the way back to Earth. Say goodbye to the moon. And let it lag. There's Earth. We will be making our way towards there now. Just left the moon. Now we're quickly just going to retrograde ourselves. With the Earth. Just coming back down now, and looks like we might have ourselves a splashdown. I'm not excited about how fast we're moving. But wow. There are pre-made ones, yes. Alright, well that was Apollo 11. Ooh. Sorry about that. I will quickly... We'll recover the vessel. Alright, it's fine. We'll go do Artemis 2 now, shall we? Oh, we didn't mean to click that. It's gonna be our moonlander we just clicked on. So yeah, we're gonna see what once had people on it and now have no one on it because it blew up. Womp womp. I'm pretty sure... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is the one we just on that we just come from. Anyways, Space Center. Because we are going to fly Artemis 2 or the SLS and Orion rocket. Now, you was asking about pre-made rockets just now. Yes, there are pre-made rockets already, but if you want to fly any of like the Orion spacecraft or the Starship, for example, if you're playing on PC, you can download the models, but if you're playing on console, you're gonna have to make them yourself completely. Now, a lot of them ain't too hard. I made Starship myself. I also made Orion, and I made all my spaceships myself. Let's pull out Starship real quick. Starship is probably my worst build. But, yeah, here's all the kind of stuff you can get. You can get just like satellites, blah blah blah. Launchers, 2-stage landers. Anyways, Starship. Here's my Starship. It does everything it needs to do. These wings here, they move. Hold on. Oh, right, yep. Need to leave that. Yeah, they move. Which is pretty epic. And it does do pretty well in flying, to be fair. It's not the best, but it does pretty well. But unfortunately, Starship in this game isn't the greatest thing in the world. Anyways, moving on to the Orion. SLS Orion. I have the A3 because I was going to perform Artemis 3. But for now, we'll just perform Artemis 2. It takes a little minute to load as well because there's so many parts, like all these different stages right here. Just so many different parts. I just need to make sure we have our actions set. Alright. We're good for launch. Now I'm going to launch. I'm gonna launch from a different launch site to usual, just because, you know, it's fun. No, there's not many tutorials with this game. There's plenty of stuff on YouTube on how to play it, but a lot of stuff is literally just figuring it out yourself. I've personally been playing this game for a very long time, and, well, I say a very long time. I played it on off for a very long time. And yeah. Anyways, here we have the SLS Orion ship, ready for Artemis 3. We just have to adjust this stage down here, and no, we put that up here, then we grab this stage here. This is our abort system. So the thing is, the Orion abort system detaches on the second stage, because after the second stage it's useless. After the first stage it's useless. How long is this flight going to take? It would take usually 3 hours, but it's going to take probably around 20 minutes, if that, with us, because we're just going to be covering the whole process, pretty much. Right, this is a different orientation to what I'm used to as well, so. Anyways, get those burners burning, and we are good for liftoff. Now, Artemis got itself to around 3,000 foot before it started making its incline towards the, I do believe it was the east they went. So we are going to take the same path here, and in fact I'm going to spin Artemis around. Only buying it because you want to recreate these flights and it's £7. Honestly, fair enough. And we are going the wrong way. My bad. We are now picking up some velocity here. Our solid burners are just about to burn out. We can now depart with those. Once again, there isn't really flight plans necessarily. It's all just, you control the rocket. And hope for the best, really. We'll get ourselves up into a orbit here real quick. by sending ourselves up. And then once, whoa, 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 whoa. What happened? I'm just gonna destage it now just to see what happened. Because we just had a whole bunch of explosions. What exploded? Let's decouple again. Do we still have all the satellites? Alright, well that was strange. And no, you can't make it go by a route. You have to basically do the route yourself. If you know what I mean. Like, as you see me flying now, you have to kind of take off and do it. Like, and plan the route as you go. Of course, you can pre-plan a route if you get yourself an understanding of how the physics in this game works and how everything likes to swing around. It's, for the most part, manual, yes. For the most part. I'm going to switch us back to the Kennedy site because that one was just awful. Long story short. But yeah, Kerbal Space Program is a very good game. Make sure you get Kerbal Space Program 1 over Kerbal Space Program 2 though. Because Kerbal Space Program 2, whilst it theoretically sounds like yes it would be a better game, the people that made this game went bust and they got halfway through making Kerbal Space Program 2 and then they had to give up halfway through because unfortunately they didn't have the funding and the other bigger company that was funding them stopped funding them. No, there is no in-game tutorial at all, really. Not from what I remember, anyway. Like I said, it's been a very long time since I played it, but no, there's no in-game tutorials, but like I said, there are plenty of YouTube videos out there which explain the game and explain how you can do it. And there's videos out there which will teach you how to build ships like the Artemis ship and the Saturn V. If that's of course what you wish to do. I think we need another stage. Honestly, I recommend just playing along with the YouTube video. That's how I did it. You play along with the YouTube video, you get to play around with physics and all that great stuff. And yeah. Of course, this game is very physics based and orientated. Anyways, without further ado, let's do attempt 2 of Artemis. The longest you can fly for, well, theoretically you could actually leave the game running for days. But it is literally just down to you how long you want to actually fly for. Like, I could drag this Artemis mission out whilst not actually wasting time, so to say, or wasting resources of my rocket. I could drag out the full 3 hours, but there's some things in this game where it will take you quite literally days of time to hit, which luckily you can, of course, elapse with the time warp. And of course there are a few dissimilar things from this game to real life. For example, the atmosphere is a lot more forgiving in this game compared to what it is in reality. And not only that, engines are also 10 times more powerful. Hold on, I'll read that now, just 2 seconds. I just need to focus real quick, just on getting this orbit. I know this is where I messed up last time, but it's fine. It's fine. We really need to be at that top point now. Bear with me. If you launch and go for 1 hour and come back, can I... Oh. You won't be able to go back the same route that you necessarily wanted to go on. But you can mimic it as you so please. Man, this orbit is really messing me up right now. This is the last time I'm gonna do it, because I'm gonna do it this time. I've been so used to flying the Apollo rocket because I spent ages just figuring it out and getting it built perfectly just so it would launch just as I wanted it to launch, just as it launches in real life. And yeah, it took me a while to build it, and so I got kind of a tone to fly in it. And I gotta move these parachutes again. We will launch in the daytime too, just because it makes life better for everybody, including me. And there we go. So it's not fully true to life as if I want to go flight going for some flying go. Oh right, there is actually, yeah, there is automatic flying as such. There's, if you see these things here, there's like prograde, retrograde, normal, anti-normal, radial in, radial out, and then there's also target and anti-target, and a maneuver button. So all the maneuvers you click, you can, and it will automatically lock onto these, like, for example, if I click the prograde right now, it'll stay in the center of this little green thing. Right, that is boosted attach type. Right, there we go. Now we're getting into the kind of positions that we want to be in. A good 100,000 meter orbit from Earth. Zoom in real quick just to know when we're hitting that 100,000 meter mark. It's around about there. Now we need to, of course, prograde continuously until we get that orbit. Let's get there. Alright, there we go. This is our orbit around Earth. And we can now officially detach the first stage. Which then opens us up into this nice beautiful craft here. Which we will just boost out of the booster there. There we go. Now we just got a little bit longer until we can extend our solar panels, as we now need to hit our elongated orbit, which we need to hit it around about here. So yeah, this is going to send us now into our elongated orbit. We're just going to move it around a little bit. And then, as I was saying about all the maneuver stuff, as you can see right here, I will click this button here, it'll attach it to this blue bit here. If I click prograde, it'll bring it over to prograde. But of course we're wanting to maneuver in another 30 minutes. So let's do our orbit around Earth. See, our booster is very slowly but surely falling back down into Earth there. It will eventually make it. We are only now 10 warped minutes away from doing our final orbit push before, of course, we then make the push to the moon over there. This is going to be a good 5-minute bird. Not 5 minute, 2 minute. My bad. And the one thing about this game, you do have to sit around for all the burns. So if you want to burn, there's no way of really speeding it up unless you're in the atmosphere. But even then, you don't want to speed things up when you're in the atmosphere too much anyway, because the atmosphere has a weird effect on your ships, and it can quite literally just rip them apart. Let's see, could I get a better view of this on Earth for you guys? Free game. There you go. There we go, this is a good angle. And that is our first burn completed. Now we will quickly just elapse some time. Let us get round the Earth. Here we go, some nice cinematic shots for you guys. Make sure you guys are tapping that screen because we're close to 10 likes and I've been doing this stream for 3.5 hours now, so I think I deserve 10 likes for this stream. If I do say so myself. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna maneuver to send ourselves to the moon. Now of course this wouldn't be an Artemis mission if we wasn't taking that peculiar S shape, so not only that S shape is what sends us on a free return. So we now have to adjust our free return S shaped. As you can see, we're already taking that shape. And there it is. So now in another 2 hours of in-game time, of course it'll only be not that long in real time, we will be flying Artemis to the moon and back. Of course, at the minute, moon landings are extra popular because all the stuff that's going on. We'll all by ourselves a little bit faster. And this will be our final flyby of Earth before we finally make it to the moon. KSP is sick, honestly. I wish I was playing the PC version right now so I could be playing with some mods and some real good graphics, but instead we're stuck on the console version. I had so much fun playing it years ago. I'm having so much fun playing it today. I had so much fun playing it years ago as well though, on when it first came out for console, all the way back in like 2019. And now we are performing Artemis 2, the mission. You are going to see a very familiar spacecraft in the next couple minutes. Because underneath all this, of course, is the Orion spacecraft, which is currently on the live streams. I do believe my model is slightly different to this. Only slightly, though. Mainly because I haven't got the parts to make a proper Artemis SLS or Orion. Actually, I've made a pretty good SLS. Unfortunately, just a little bit late to see that. But yeah, we are now on our final burn, heading towards the moon. Let's see, is there a good angle for this? Yeah, this is the angle. We still got a good 50 seconds on our burn, so we'll just chill. Whilst we're burning here, I just want to say that I hope everyone's having a good day. It is currently nearly 2 AM for me right now, so my words are getting a little bit slurred, but it's okay. As we are about to complete the Artemis mission. Oh, and one more thing. That little thing on top of my rocket right there ain't meant to be there right now. I meant to detach that a little bit ago. I meant to detach that at stage 2, but we're now on stage 4. Whoop. And that is our moon return, and as you can see, there is our S shape. You have to look at it at the right angle to get it. Here you go. This is of course a pattern NASA has taken. Well, I suppose it is taken now because they're nearly home. But yeah, this is what the figure 8, when they talk about the figure 8, this is what it looks like. And this is what they call a free return. Alright, we need to... We need to make a slight adjustment here before we do our final detachment. Because we will not be coming back to Earth if we leave it right here. So there we go, we got one more burn to do. Which is just one minor adjustment. And we're 15 seconds out from it now. Three, 2, 1. It's only literally a tiny burn. Just to make sure we make it back into Earth's atmosphere. Anyways, it is time for us to detach and move on to the next stage. So I'll move these down here quickly, and now our LES rocket is gonna... Yeah, it's just gonna disappear. There it goes. It is going some distance. Sorry, I didn't realize you could see it there. There it goes. Over 1,000 meters already. And yeah, now at this point, we can activate this, boost our way out, and just by hitting this, we now have the spaceship that we currently know and love. Now of course this is going to take us all the way around the moon and back. So without further ado, let's speed things up and escape Earth. There it goes. Slowly but surely. Getting further and further away as the moon now drifts closer and closer and closer. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on the moon now whilst we drift. Oh, and there we go, we have come up on the moon and it's decided to flip our cameras up and around. So let's now hop inside of the ship itself. And get you your view of the moon. There it is. That is the moon. Through the spaceship window. As you can see, we're just going to approach now. Closer and closer and closer and closer. Oh, and here we have it. We are getting close to the moon. There's our solar eclipse. And I'm going to slow it down for the best part. There we go. We are officially going to go behind the moon. This is of course one of the many spectacular sights Artemis would have seen on the Orion spacecraft, the Artemis astronauts. And hey, if it's worth anything, give your screens a quick tap just to show your appreciation. Because it pushes me out there, helps me out. I'm a small YouTuber here and I've been going for nearly 4 hours now and we're 1 like off 10 likes in that whole 4 hour time of us messing around with rockets. And just like that, the Earth is gone behind the moon. Pretty epic. We'll just chill for a minute. We'll wait for the Earth to come back out on the other side, shall we? Because we won't be long behind the moon, that's for sure. I'm keeping it in view just so you guys can see it. Should be coming up any second now. Yeah, it'll be coming any second now. Let me see if I can rotate the ship around. Get you guys a real good view of this, because of course, it's cool. It's cool. I see we're up to 11 likes now, by the way. Thank you. And here it comes. Of course, Earth Rising will always be the most spectacular sight to man. Seeing our little marble floating around in the sky, popping into a view. Thank you to everyone that's liked as well, by the way. Just want to say that I do greatly appreciate it. Oh god damn, one of my videos is going viral. Well, that's crazy. Awesome. Sorry, my bad. I went to go check. I went to go see how things were going, and I just noticed one of my videos is popping off. That's how I like my day to go. Have one good video go out there. And it's getting some good comments. People really enjoy it. It's literally a video doing this exact mission, so if you're coming here from that video, welcome. We're doing it again. Of course, now Earth is well and truly rose, and we are well and truly on our way back. So without further ado, I suppose, let's speed up some time. We'll let ourselves build up a little bit of speed here. We still need to preferably build up a little bit more speed. And look, there's the moon. That's how long we spent up there. I don't know if Artemis will be getting that kind of view. Of course, everything in this game moves a hell of a lot different to what it moves in real life. In terms of speed. Alright, there we go. We're getting around the point where we want to just dump our full tank of fuel. And hopefully we'll have splashdown. Of course, now at this point, this is what Artemis is coming up to soon. This is what will be going on for them when they come landing back down to Earth. They will of course be doing this burn here, which is going to slow them down a great deal, but from here they're going to free fall all the way back down. And it's going to be the fastest man has ever re-entered Earth's atmosphere. Anyway, we're nearly running out of fuel here now. I know you guys can't see the fuel gauge, but I can promise you we're nearly out. We've only got about 10 seconds worth of burn left, maybe 20. Alright, now it is literally just straight down to Earth now. We've detached. Our orbiter is gonna make its way back down to Earth. Our orbiter, our final stage, sorry. As you can see, that's gonna make it down just before us. And of course we are coming in hot. We are coming in hot and heavy for a splashdown. Of course, in this time we are going to lose so much speed entering our atmosphere. That was the noise of our rocket exploding. And boom. Just like that, Artemis 2 has been complete. And we have a successful splashdown. We'll slow it on down for the splashdown here. And Orion is officially back home. And Artemis 2 mission has been complete yet again by me. Anyways, I will say thank you to everyone that joined me on the stream today. And I might be back again tomorrow, maybe, maybe not. But unfortunately, it is going to have to come to an end because it is now 2 AM for me and we have been going for 4 hours. I know, crazy. Yeah, anyways, I hope you all enjoyed the stream, and I hope you all have a lovely day, lovely evening, lovely night, wherever you may be. And yeah, I'll catch you in the next one.